are the places that would literally destroy the fucking semiconductor fab.
That's right. That's true.
So I would say two things. Like, it would be interesting to hear whether or not you guys have been to China and Taiwan, because I've spent a lot of time in both.
Yes.
The idea that just let me finish. The idea that the Taiwanese army plus is comparable, just like what you said, is like a relatively large fraction of the Chinese army is absurd. That's my first point. My second point is, Taiwan is pretty important. TSMC is essential. Those chips are important. But I do think within 5 to 10 years, if you look at current trends, China will absolutely be able to not only match those chips, but exceed them.
You're out of your mind if you think that. There's zero fucking way China's going to be able to
They absolutely have the talent. No,
they don't.
Okay, so here, I'll break out some stats.
For China to be able to compete with TSMC, they basically have to do the work of the absolute best mirror creators, which is Zeiss. They have to make the EUV machines that ASML makes. They have to be better than both of those companies. And they have to do a better job than TSMC. You're telling me that they're going to beat an entire global supply chain of experts in their field.
So just to refute, hold on, shower dude. Just to refute what Molson said, by the way, it's a long shower, man. Okay, so the PLA has more active personnel, about 2 million, and 500,000 reserve personnel. You add that together, it's 2.5 million. Taiwan, 300,000 active personnel, 2.3 million reserves. Again, because of conscriptions. They actually have more active. They have more reserve plus active, 2.6 million, than the PLA has reserve plus active. Taiwan has been an armed state for decades. They know that they could be invaded. They are just like Israel. They're ready to fight. Doesn't mean they win. I'm not saying that, but they would make it really, really hard.
I will say there's a few things working in the favor of Taiwan, and there's a few things that are working against it. First of all, if Taiwan doesn't have anything to basically supply it energy, so within like a few months, they would entirely run out of energy if there's a blockade. But
sorry, you finished. Sorry about that.
Yeah. But what they do have working in their favor is that the Taiwanese military equipment that they're buying from the United States is way higher quality than what China has. For each one, but China does have quite a bit more.
So, all right, have you guys been to China and have you guys been to Taiwan?
Yes.
Okay, great. So when I go there, I see
bring
older
up the
people.
fact that Can I just bring up the fact that China mostly focuses on like infrastructure things? Like, obviously they have a very strong military, but their primary focus has always been like these 5-year plans, the things that they do to make their basic like civilian infrastructure as efficient as possible, and just like make their entire structure like just this very well-oiled machine. That is mostly their main priority, like overall, like at least the surface level. I don't think they're quite wanting to really militarize. That's my opinion. I'm sorry.
I agree with that, and I'll just make 2 more points, and then I think we can put this to bed. So, for whatever it's worth, I've been going to China for 15 years. I'm conversant in Chinese since the time I was. And look, I understand that the idea today that China could exceed TSMC is absurd and preposterous. But if you look in the past 2 to 3 years, they did something that no one thought was possible. So they were clearly following the footsteps of Tesla, which was the market leader and the innovator. And we all know, like, obviously, an amazing accomplishment. But they completely upended the world's supply chain and the world market for vehicles. Go look at a graph of how many cars they exported. And that is truly an impressive feat. And I think that they will be able to do similar when it comes to chips. And one final point, like, I do believe that the talent is there because there are huge numbers of younger people and who are graduating from universities with like decent STEM degrees, and they're just getting better all the time, and the government supports them probably in a way that's more competent than our own government supports our industries and Taiwan. So I think it'll happen.
I don't think so.
That is speculative.
I think you're missing quite a few details. Making semiconductors is 1,000,000 times more difficult than making cars, even electric. China made some very intelligent investments with exclusive rights, with mines to things you need for batteries in the EV industry, in mines in Africa for the EV industry. They gave some very clever investments for the EV industry. They made their government agencies buy from EV companies for their buses and things like that. They gave them basically some kickstart money. So yes, China made some very, and they got Tesla to come to China so they could learn the expertise from Tesla. But it's like 1% as difficult. All of this is 1% as difficult as being competitive in the semiconductor industry. Making semiconductors is about the most difficult thing you can do in this entire planet. It's more difficult than sending rockets to space. It's more difficult than making cars. It's more difficult than anything else you can imagine. To say that China is going to manage to beat TSMC would mean that China has to figure out how to make EUV machines better than basically the entire rest of the world. They have to figure out how to do chip manufacturing better than the rest of the entire world without any of the industry experience, without investing over $1 trillion, which they would have to do, by the way. And they already tried that. They literally had SMIC, whose entire foundation was based off of hiring Americans and basically paying Taiwanese people working at TSMC to steal state secrets and steal TSMC secrets, and they ended up failing miserably despite receiving tens of billions of dollars from the Chinese government. And to this day, if you look at China, you still find that they haven't managed to make anything less than 7 nanometers, which is what you need for which you can only pretty much use EUV machines as of now. So until China figures out how to make a knockoff EUV machine, they have no way of actually advancing.
China will. I'm sorry, I just say China is very dependent, more than most Americans realize, on foreign technology. To Al's point, I mean, like the Giga Shanghai factory, in the first 3 quarters, delivered 676,000 Teslas. Like, China cannot, go and just magically replace that. If Tesla were to, for whatever reason, exit the market, that would be a hole in the market. China depends upon the IP and the high technology from the West, and it doesn't have the ability to magically replicate it.
Okay, cool. I think that they will be able to knock off that EUV, and I think it'll happen within 5 to 10 years.
No, they won't.
Absolutely won't.
I think.
Absolutely won't.
I tried. I listened to you. Can you just let me finish? And I just think we've both made our points, and that's it. And we'll just let time tell.
My dude, to this day,
what was that project they had, 2025, to Made in China 2025? You know about that project? No, Project 2025 that they had. Made in China Project 2025. The entire goals they had set for the chip industry for Made in China 2025 literally failed. Not a single one of them was successful.
Why is that?
Because making chips is the most difficult thing on the fucking planet.
Is it really that hard to
Yes.
replicate the...
Yes.
Can you explain why, please?
There's literally only 3 companies on Earth who are even close enough to be able to make it. Intel, you could even argue they're not capable of making it. And pretty much it's Samsung and TSMC. As to why it's so difficult to make it, it's literally a winner-take-all market. When you first start making chips, you're going to have a shit ton of mistakes. 80% of it is going to fail. 80% of your chips are going to fail. You need to figure out what the fuck is wrong. China does not have the experience to be able to tell why things are going wrong. TSMC does. The fact that they have intelligent people in there is not enough.
Isn't China very good at like quality control? Like once they actually do get good at things?
No, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Literally, the U.S. government calculated that for the U.S. to catch up to TSMC, they would need to spend around $1 trillion to be competitive with TSMC.
What is TMSC, please?
TSMC, the leading manufacturer of chips in the world.
What was it called? Taiwan Semiconductor?
Yeah, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company.
I'm looking at the Made in China 2025, and I don't think what you said is true. They definitely hit a bunch of those goals. Maybe they didn't hit the goal with regards to chips.
Oh, they lie about shit all the time. They lie about shit so often. I'm sorry. It's ridiculous. The Chinese government always lies about hitting their goals. Always. It's so funny. I'm sorry.
Did you learn that in the New York Times?
No, dude. It's very well documented. They love telling their people that they succeeded when they did not.
One of the people that works for one of the high-ups that worked for China literally said himself that he doesn't believe the economic numbers that come out of China.
Do you know anything about Xi Jinping? I'm sorry.
Do you guys believe that CPI is an accurate assessment of the pricing? Okay.
No.
Yeah.
It's honestly very funny if you know this, right?
CPI did say, however, that your mom is too big to fail.
But does she fit in China, or?
Doing good.
No, see, here's the thing. We don't have a bias against China. I use a lot of Chinese products. But one thing is for sure. The only reason why these products exist is because of the West. And the fact that somebody there created it, and that there's some people that somehow have managed to reverse engineer elements of it. And even at that, they're sometimes not really successful.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about the rise in patents coming out of China? And then what do you think about, like, how many people in the United States who get patents and innovate who are originally from China?
I think that's actually the best point against China. The fact that pretty much...
Do patents even, like, cross, like, international borders and...
Not in a time of economic warfare. I mean, like, if China has a claim on IP and we have a claim on IP in the United States, we would really just supersede their claim locally, even as they would... Like, look, if you want to freaking buy, like, a Patek Philippe watch in China for $500, you can. Who's responsible for the IP of the Patek Philippe watch? Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Patents absolutely do go across borders. There's an organization called the PCT, so you can initiate a patent in the United States, and then it can apply in China, and you can initiate a patent in China.
Enforcement does not, but
They don't honor that, though.
enforcement does not exist.
It all extends to
Everybody, order in the room.
your military.
Yeah, so...
I mean, it's just like, guys, you're just like basing a lot of your viewpoints on like older articles that are coming from outlets like the New York Times, instead of actually going to China. And things are changing over there, like things are changing over here. And
things are changing for the worse in China right now.
Why is that?
Okay.
Why is what do you mean? Explain.
What do you mean? What is there to explain? They literally have a movement called the lying down movement.
I mean, we have a similar problem here with education, with people dropping out. You have quiet quitting. He's right.
Yeah.
There's something called lie flat in China, but we also have our issues. I mean, like,
Yeah.
Are you seriously defending Xi Jinping? Dude, they took over fucking...
My dude. We're being logical here. There's no one defending anyone's policies or anyone's people. We are just trying to assess whether or not what is the truth. If there's something, look, here's the thing. I'll be the first to say that I will defend China on certain things because that's the truth. But you can't lie.
I will admit that China makes some. When Chinese do want to, they can make some very high quality products.
China has some advantages, but like there is a obvious backsliding in China. They are so deep in debt. Their property market is in total crisis. They're trying to bail it out. Everything in China is falling into the crevice. And to defend China as, oh, you know what, it's just propaganda, is really propaganda itself. I'm not saying that we should be all anti-China. Far from it. I'm a free trader. But I think that China is right now in a serious hole, and there are absolutely people out there who are defending China saying, no, things are not as bad as you say they are. But if you read even the papers from China themselves, very, very negative about the state of the Chinese economy. It's hard for them to cover it up.
I think it's kind of like Japan in the 1990s, right? Or early 1980s, right? Where people were like, Japan's gonna get more valuable than higher GDP than the US pretty soon, and the area around the castle in Tokyo was worth more than all the land in fucking California. It's kind of like that.
I gave a talk in Singapore on this topic, and that is one of the most often cited reason for why China is going to collapse. It's not going to rise, but there are two pretty significant differences.
Wait. Who is saying that China is going to collapse and not rise? Who's saying that exactly?
I think it was falling into a crevice, and it was falling apart. But okay, so here, these are two data points that I think are pretty useful, and they're interesting too. So if you look at Japan, right? Japan is covered in U.S. Army bases. So that's a pretty significant difference. And so that means the United States has a lot of power over Japan, and it can influence how it handles its currency, as it did in the 80s. The second pretty critical difference is China is literally, by population, 10 Japans. So I don't think it's logical to make the argument, well, we thought that Japan was going to rise and then it didn't. I don't think it makes sense to apply that to China today because they're very different countries, even though they both happen to be East Asian.
I think that you are 100% correct about the rise of Asia. I think you're 100% right about how the power is moving east, and the East is eventually going to get better than the West. But I disagree that the cause will be China. I think China has way too many issues for it to be a significant player.
Look, I actually didn't say that China would be the cause of that. But I mean, maybe I'm wrong about this, but the one view I think I took, the two maybe views that I took in this conversation is that I think that there's a tendency to be overly negative about China's prospects. And then I do think that China will exceed TSMC, but we don't need to relitigate that.
I think that I would be very shocked if they even got close within my lifetime, based off the fact that I kind of understand how the industry works. I don't see that happening anytime. I would be surprised if if Intel, with all of the U.S. government support, managed to make it happen. I don't expect anyone other than TSMC to make it happen. Maybe Samsung has a fighting chance if they manage to get the Korean government to basically pull all its resources together and give it like its ultimate support. And every single fucking company in Korea, South Korea gets combined into Samsung, and they get all the smart people to all work on. Maybe then Samsung can compete, but I don't see a U.S. company like Intel being able to compete. And if I don't see Intel being able to compete, I definitely don't think China is going to be able to compete. What they do have is SMIC, and SMIC, which made the Huawei chips, by the way, is years behind, and they had a massive failure after the Chinese government gave them $20 billion to basically try to make it happen, and they basically themselves had to admit that they couldn't do it.
The analogy I think out is kind of like Starlink is 30 to 40 years in innovation time ahead of any possible competitor. There's no one that's going to come close, because you'd have to own a rocket company, you'd have to own the technology, the satellites, you'd have to have it all together. There's no one's going to come close. So I think that TSMC is in a similar position. Peter Thiel talked about the benevolent monopoly. I think that TSMC is similar to that. And it's going to be impossible for anyone in China, even with state support, to just magically make up all these years of IP and inertia and knowledge. They can't just magically copy it, because they'd have to have the same engineers. And I guess if they took over the plants in Taiwan and forced them at gunpoint to do, maybe, but that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
I think
a perfect example. A perfect
couple
example
of quick things.
I think is the oil companies, right, in the Middle East. If you look at a lot of the oil companies in the Middle East, they were the only one that actually worked pretty well was Saudi Arabia. Right? Because what did the Saudi Arabians do? They basically had all these American oil companies come in, do oil exploration. They basically taxed them a shit ton, got some of the money from the oil companies while they were there. But over time, they were kind of buying the stakes instead of just overthrowing them like other countries did. What they did was they basically slowly bought a share, and they basically taught their own people how to actually run these oil companies. And that's why you see that Saudi Arabia is now like the world leading producer of oil, minus, I guess, the U.S. right now, which I don't think the shale, I don't think the fracking boom is actually sustainable long term, but that's a whole other conversation. But Saudi Arabia was able to do that, and in a stable way, because they passed it on. I don't think China, if they managed to take over Taiwan, and if all the Taiwanese had fled to the U.S., I don't think even if none of the equipment was damaged, they would be able to do what TSMC was doing, even within 10 years. Because they have no idea what they're doing.
It's not replicable, because the challenge is with a firm that you have to build, and this is, I'm not trying to say that Starlink and SpaceX is the perfect example, but when you think about it, SpaceX has 20 years now under its belt. If you wanted to go and build a firm to do what Starlink is doing, you'd have to really start from the beginning or license the technology. Where are you going to get it from? You're not going to magically go on. Boeing's not going to give it to you. There's no IBM giving away the code these days. It's not going to happen that way. It's very, very, very hard to replicate everything that's been done. And that's what TSMC has had. That's the reason why no one has just taken it over. Otherwise, I guarantee you, Texas Instruments, Intel, AMD, they would have done it already if they could, right? But they haven't, because TSMC has developed. It's kind of like Foxconn with the manufacture of these phones for Apple. Apple is not. Yes, Apple. That's right, and it's much easier to replicate that. But Foxconn still has a certain degree of advantage in how they're able to do it, and they are doing it in China, by the way. But the reason why Apple is very reliant upon them is because they have a certain degree of advantage. It's a few years, but TSMC has like 20 years, 25 years.
I think this is a perfect example. This is a perfect example. If you look at China and India, for example, why companies don't manufacture in India, despite the similar similar populations. One of the advantages is that China's infrastructure is already built. India doesn't have proper infrastructure for the companies to actually do their assembly there. A lot of the rules are streamlined, whereas in India that's not the case. So China has all these years of advantages that have accumulated in their manufacturing industry that India is going to try to replicate, but it's still going to take time before they even get to the same spot. Now with TSMC, you have to basically imagine that this is a winner-take-all market, and there can only really be one real winner.
It's not a winner-take-all market. You keep saying
the chip industry.
Yeah, it is.
That's literally
what you can argue that. So
no.
Okay. Hold on. Why do you think it's not a winner-take-all market? Give me your reasoning behind why you would know that it's not a winner-take-all market.
Okay, I see it as a first mover advantage market where the person who has the best.
That doesn't make any sense because the first movers were all in other countries, not in Taiwan.
No. Well, hold on. Like, I'll explain. Sorry, first mover is the wrong term. You're right. So, it's not a winner-take-all market the way that like Facebook or like a network effect company is. The company that has the best chips gets the bulk of the orders, but it's not a winner-take-all.
Okay.
The way that
here's your flaw in thinking. The company that gets the bulk order immediately has the best chips. Why? Because
I know about this. I manufacture stuff. Like, I know how scale works.
No, you don't understand how scale works in chips. Just because, my family works in manufacturing too, but with chips specifically, the more you manufacture, the higher your yield is. So
right.
It's literally a business where the less you manufacture, the worse your product is.
I understand that, but you can't say it's winner-take-all market because
it actually is, because if you have the best product, because you have the cheapest product for the best quality, and it's the best quality in those two cases because of the fact that you have the most volume, then no one can compete because no one else is going to have that volume. So they automatically can't have the best chips, and they also can't have the best chips for the value. So what are you going to compete on?
You can't find the market. But
you can't compete on price. You can't compete on price, and you can't compete on product simply because you don't have the volume. How are you going to compete?
Well, look, with different chips, and that's clearly what happens, and that's why the industry is able to sustain.
But that would require, hold on, think about what that requires. Like when Apple changed from Motorola to Intel, and then back to Apple's own chips, right, with ARM, you had a massive architecture change that was software and hardware and firmware, everything to combine. That is why it is effectively a soft monopoly. It's not like a monopoly in the way, I would hope government would never be involved in that monopoly. It'd be stupid and bullshit. But it's like there is a entrenched position in the marketplace. That's right. If you have that entrenched position, you've been making the chips, you're relied upon for those chips, and you are the supplier, you're part of the components. You're not just going to get magically replaced because here's some other firm that says, oh, I've got a better product, I'm slightly cheaper. It doesn't work like that. You're relied upon. It's like with Toyota, every one of their components in lean manufacturing comes from another, in theory, it comes from an outside supplier, right? It's not always that way. But like you develop relationships with these suppliers, they don't get replaced overnight. They effectively develop a monopoly within that company, and that is why they're relied upon. You can't just get rid of them overnight.
Also, I would like to mention the strategy you talked about specifically, if you just work on different chips. That's kind of what Samsung and Global Foundries' main business is anyway. Global Foundries literally said we can't fucking compete with TSMC and Samsung, so they just gave up. And Samsung's main chip business isn't even isn't even like the chips that are used in the SoCs or the CPUs or GPUs. Their main chip business is the memory chips, which are an extremely difficult business to make money in. And it's where most of Samsung's revenues come from. It's most of Samsung's profits come from. And Samsung has to continuously invest tens of billions of dollars to hundreds of billions of dollars just to sustain this business, because they feel like they have no choice. They're stuck in this terrible business that is the memory chip business, because that's the only way they can actually make any money.
It's like a commodity market, right? It's hyper competitive.
Yes, because the memory chip business, unlike the SoCs and CPUs and GPUs, is not winner takes all. Right? It's just, okay, you have, this is the speed, this is the amount of memory you have, this is what, right? You're looking at specs. With the chip industry, immediately upon having volume, you automatically have the best yield, you automatically have the best product, and you automatically have the best price. So there isn't anyone that can compete with that, because of the fact that you automatically become the best by having the most volume.
With a caveat, if you don't have enough supply to meet all the demand, then you go to alternatives.
Yes, if you don't have enough supply.
But yeah, there is that IBM paradigm. No one ever gets fired for buying IBM software, regardless if it's the best office software or accounting software. No one gets fired. IBM sells a lot of software that way.
You'll say the same thing about Cisco Systems on the infrastructure side. Same bullshit. Bad decisions, but I'm not going to get fired for doing this.
But I will say, the fact that China doesn't have access to the bleeding edge chips has actually gotten them to work pretty well within the confines that they have. There was a very good Chinese LLM that was released. That was very, very good quality, very high quality, and performed quite well. That required a lot less training than the American ones did. So the fact that they were specifically given the constraints by having less access to the chip market, the smart people in China were able to figure out things to do. But I think that the chip market, which by its nature, especially if we're talking about advanced semiconductors, specifically advanced semiconductors, which is what we're all concerned about the most, I think, it's literally a winner-takes-all market. There's no way you can win if you're not the...
Can I ask
I looked up the stat, and the stat... I'll just say this thing and then I'll head out. So, you are right. I looked up the stats. So, TSMC has 90% of the market for advanced chip manufacturing.
93.
Sure. And then their market share for the global foundry market as of last year is 62%. So,
yeah.
In terms of advanced chip manufacturing, I think it's pretty fair to say it's close to winner take all.
Can I ask a question?
That's the one I was talking about. But the general chip business is a lot less competitive. The global foundries literally said we're going to give up on the advanced chip industry because there's literally no way to compete with TSMC. They literally said that, and they're quite a profitable business. They work on other chips. They're not focused on advanced chips. But I'm not saying China can't have I'm not saying China can't have a chip business. They definitely can. But to say they can compete with TSMC is very unlikely, considering TSMC makes their money in specifically in advanced chips, and that's a completely winner-takes-all market. But if they went after Samsung with memory chip business, they could potentially be the winner. Because
sorry for interrupting. I'm gonna sign out, and the last thing I'll say is I think the idea that Boeing could have fallen on hard times was inconceivable. In any case, it was nice talking to you guys, and have a good night.
Yeah, sorry, it turned someone's phone. Yeah. Kind of turned
By the way,
yeah.
I mean, hello to everybody, by the way. The Boeing thing, Boeing was its own doing, right? It's not an external factor.
Yeah. Same with Intel.
I will say,
Intel was complacency, I think. But
the thing is, look, here's a problem. What you just saw is actually extremely important. It's more important than you could possibly realize, and I'll tell you why. So this person, he doesn't actually do things with manufacturing. I do things with manufacturing as well, but I have a bit of a different mindset on the world, and then I just listen to everyone's story, and then stitch together what exactly is most realistic. Like my signal, it's a different story. I just listen to everything, so I kind of do get the chip understanding part, but a lot of people will think exactly like Molson just does, and rightfully so. And this will be a big problem in the future, and I'll tell you exactly why, is because a lot of the people who are manufacturers themselves will influence the decisions made on a policy level, and then they will not understand why it is that they cannot achieve the same things that, for instance, TSMC would be able to achieve. So what we just saw here is extremely fucking important, because this will become a problem. All I'm saying is that the compute crisis is going to come in a totally different way than any one of us has ever expected.
Yeah.
I'm going to buy it.
What you're saying, Adrian, is... I'm sorry, what you're saying is that basically the fact that someone can't compete with a firm that's effectively a market-driven monopoly like TSMC in high intelligence, high IP chips is going to require for them to be able to compete in their minds, in their investor, shareholder letters, whatever. They're going to have to go to governments and be rent-seeking corporations and say, you know what, we want barriers, we want regulations to be able to compete with TSMC. That's the problem, is it's going to limit innovation, I think is what you're saying, because that is what I'm worried about as well, is that companies actually doing a better thing should be able to succeed in a truly free system, but unfortunately now all these companies have sought barriers against their competitors, and the least innovative companies that are best connected often win out.
Isn't if it's a winner-take-all market, doesn't that kind of restrict innovation in a sense? If you suppose that the winner, no. Explain.
Because the winner-take-all market is literally a product of the actual industry itself.
So is it literally just like a linear scale? Like the more you do, the better it is, and that's it?
Yes. It's not even a linear scale, it's more like an exponential scale.
Like linear, exponential, some kind of hybrid or something.
Yeah. So basically the actual, like, for a government to come in and be like, well, TSMC is a monopoly, so we're going to do something to restrict it, is literally like, they would have to break the laws of physics to figure out some way to break up TSMC without making it like less competitive, you know?
So they'd have to put a less competitive firm with worse technology in a position to supplant TSMC. They'd have to make all these claims about how TSMC is doing something wrong, and then at the end of the day, when you shook the shaker, you'd have a firm come out the end with technology that is worse, that has, you know, a wider and worse architecture than what TSMC can provide at scale. It'd be far, far worse. And that is what government always freaking does, right? Government always makes it harder for really, truly innovative firms to compete, because the rent-seeking corporations, they hire the best lobbyists, they hire all these politicians on their boards, and then they magically get in a position where they can say, you know what, yeah, you're building a really interesting thing, but I'm sorry, we favor this other firm because they've been here for 50 fucking years. It's bullshit.
Yeah, so if you look at Intel, for example, do you remember back when you were a child and you were watching these videos of like performance, and there came a point where the mobile chips were actually beating the desktop processors, and you're like, how the fuck is this possible? How is it possible that someone can install Geekbench on an iPhone and get better performance than a fucking desktop chip? How is this possible? It's possible because Intel basically saw that they had no competition from AMD and sat on their ass for half a fucking decade, basically milking the shit out of their customers while not investing enough into their chip business, while not investing enough in the R&D, until Intel was completely destroyed by Ryzen and had to catch up.
It was really only the rise of AI as a trend in technology that exposed Intel for the fucking rent-seeking fraud that they are. Am I right about that? Come on.
No, I think that they started to get serious. They started to get serious before AI. They started to get serious when they started to get destroyed by Ryzen.
There's a bit more to it between desktop and mobile, because one is a system on the chip, the other one is a chip on top of a motherboard head. So the system on the chip should always be more efficient than high performance for similar sized chips. But obviously, and there's also the question of like, was the test catered, and plus it's ARM versus x86, which has a lot of issues.
I was talking about pure performance. Pure performance.
But you got to account for all those, because you compare an ARM against x86, different instruction set, different goal of the test, and different like what it sits on, right? Because
it was so Geekbench has like standards for what exactly it measures, right? So it basically tests the performance and it gives it a score, and it standardizes the score between like any chips that it's being tested on, which you can see the performance between CISC and RISC chips, and you could literally see that there was a time where mobile chips eventually surpassed like full-on desktop chips.
But which test? Because there's many tests. It's not just single test. There's various testing.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about like specifically Geekbench scores. But the fact that that's even possible, which a Geekbench is a pure performance one. It's not taking into efficiency into account, or it's not taking anything like that into account. It's a pure performance one. And the fact that an SoC on a phone, which doesn't even have a fan, was able to beat a full desktop chip in performance, a modern desktop chip at the time, in performance, with a full-on fan, overclock, is completely fucking ridiculous. If Intel wasn't sitting on their ass doing nothing for years, AMD wouldn't have been able to come in and completely destroy them. They literally came out with chips half the price with double the performance when they first released.
Yeah, even the Motorola chips that were coming out in the early 2000s that Apple was using as desktops were getting very close, and in some cases exceeding Intel's performance. But because the platform was so obscure, I say this as a Mac user, so I'm a little biased, but I'm not wrong. Intel's performance was not far off from where the top PowerPC chips were. Now, that was the Motorola architecture. And then AMD was kind of coming up from the rear, but they were focusing on the GPU. Everything has been a matter of fucking rent-seeking corporations. Intel had contracts with government. If you go back and look, and I did look at this a couple of years ago, it's incredible. When you look at it, pre-COVID, okay, Intel had the contracts. AMD didn't have any special contracts. They had no special ties to DoD or any of these federal corporate, contracts. It was Intel. So guess what happens if you just happen to be Intel? Do you think that that makes you more innovative? To say, I have a guaranteed contract. No. You are stuck in the past. You feel like everything's good. You've got guaranteed revenue, cash flow, investors are happy. Well, if you're AMD or you're ARM, guess what you have to do? You have to innovate. You have to fucking innovate. You have to innovate the shit out of your technology and make sure that you can compete. And that's exactly what they did. Intel stayed in the past. And Intel, I remember when Intel was talking about, we're going to have 10 gigahertz chips. Do you remember that, Al? Do you remember that? It was ridiculous. Intel was like, Moore's Law is bullshit. We're going to beat it. We're going to do better. And they couldn't do it. The laws of physics wouldn't allow it. And so they fell further and further behind in innovation because they stuck to the same old architecture. And now they're so far behind they could never catch up. They could never catch up. NVIDIA and actually, for that matter, ARM have so far surpassed them. But it's because of all the rent-seeking, all the incentives for them to stay behind. The inertia was too big to overcome. I really think that's the same situation with TSMC and any competitors and all these other firms that think, oh, we're going to come in and beat what is effectively a technical monopoly. But it's not a technical monopoly. Some firms are so innovative, like Starlink and SpaceX. Some firms are so innovative that if they were not a monopoly, it'd be scarcely impossible to imagine who would possibly replace them. Surely not a government agency or a Politburo. No one would replace them. They are that important. And we must accept that as a society. I will shut up.
Evening, everyone. Otto.
I have killed the chat.
Otto, I sent you a link.
I've been on mute this whole time. Fuck's sake, I've been talking. I'm like, why is this talking over me? For fuck's sake, I've been muted this entire time. Yeah. Anyway, what I was saying, but I was on mute. Anyway. Yeah, so I think what Jess mentioned is completely right. Intel was getting these government contracts; they were very comfortable. But something else he kind of forgot to mention is that while AMD was not competing with them because they were focused on their GPUs, Intel milked the absolute living shit out of their customers. I remember buying like a CPU. I remember buying a CPU that was $1,700. $1,700. And I think it only had like 6 or 8 cores.
Oh my god.
Right? Because Intel was so used to the fact that AMD was not competing with them anymore, that they were just milking the shit out of their customers. And a few years after that, AMD came up with a better CPU than that for less than $500. And I was like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What has Intel been doing? And then they had the years and years and years. They went like 7 years where they were like, we've been working on 12 nanometers. They couldn't figure that shit out. What have they been doing? They were just sitting on their ass. They were like, okay, we're just collecting checks from governments and people because they have no other choice. And then AMD said, you know what? We're going to spin off our foundry division into Global Foundries. We're going to sell it for some fucking Middle Eastern companies. And we're going to just exclusively start using TSMC. And they used TSMC's chiplet design as opposed to Intel's like, some of our chips are like extremely fucking flawed. So the ones that are extremely flawed, we'll make them like an i3, and then the ones that are like really, really good and have like minimal flaws on them, we're going to make them like an i7, and then we're going to have this and then that. Instead they use the chiplet design from TSMC, which works very, very well. It adds to... It allows you to produce chips at a consistent quality for much cheaper. And Intel got fucked. They were behind on both the foundry business and they were behind on the chip business just because they got complacent.
Mm-hmm. And so for reference, the chips that Howard's talking about are the i7 third generation, $1,700 one. And then the AMD one that came out for $500 would be the AMD FX.
Can I make kind of a silly observation?
Okay.
I grew up playing like Nintendo games. You know, I had like a N64, GameCube, all that. I think there was something there was something very nostalgic to me, and I don't think this is just bias, about the way those graphics were for like N64, like Mario 64, Zelda Ocarina of Time. There was something like just, I don't know, like crisp about them.
Like on graphics,
something that just captured the imagination in a way that I feel like the modern graphics don't just really do.
That's not a function of the chip, though. I mean, that's not a function of the chip, right? That's a function of how the graphics are rendered, which is really up to this. Like they basically were like building the best they could with the engines they had at the time. If you went back to the old Unreal engines, you could build the same type of game now. And there are a few games like that, but you could build the same game now. It's just a matter of everyone wants to make it hyper-realistic with shadows and lighting and all this bullshit. I agree with you. I think those were fantastic. But they were using an older architecture.
That's even totally it, though. I feel like there's almost like something in older technologies that gets lost somewhere or something. This is maybe a little bit absurd, maybe too abstract in a sense, but
Did you play on the CRT by any chance?
Isn't it like a type of TV or something? I'm sorry, I'm not that old.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, like
wow, that makes me feel
play like the first 8-bit game, but like
I'm sorry.
If you played the
iMac, the original iMac was a CRT, so it wasn't that long ago.
No.
A lot of
video games came out at the time where you still had CRT monitors for what it is that you were playing them on. Like a lot of the 8-bit games, as a matter of fact. That's why a lot of the weird, so if you were referring to the 8-bit graphics back then to what it looks like today, the reason why it looks a little different is because it physically looks a little different. It doesn't look like different in terms of the data, because of the way that these monitors actually worked. I don't know if that's what you were.
Well, the thing that nobody would want to hear, I'm sorry, but the thing that nobody would want to hear, AD, I'm sure you can confirm this, the best of the gaming CRTs, so I'm old enough to remember this, the best of the gaming CRTs were actually still better than almost all of the gaming LCDs today. I mean, just like mic drop, like they were really good. They were faster.
If you know about like Super Smash Brothers Melee, I know like in competitive scenes, they will use they'll use like the old, the boob tube TVs. They'll use those really old frickin' TVs because they just render at a better rate or something. It's just more professional.
That's right.
It's a big difference competitively, apparently.
Sort of. So let me chime in here for a second because you guys are full on in my territory. So I actually have everything that you guys just mentioned sitting here in my shop, like literally within arm's reach. So the CRTs. The reason why the tube CRTs work better with that older technology is because it was made in virtually approximately the same age. So it was almost designed for it, you could say, but the scan lines that are on a CRT tube TV are within the analog range of what those consoles could put out. When you get into the N64, the reason why it looked more full or a better design on a CRT is because the CRT almost gave it a rounding effect that it wasn't actually supposed to have, because the N64 is the first console that went outside of the 640 line draw rate, but it still was able to dumb it down enough for the CRT, or rather the CRT did it for the console. So with those CRTs that you're talking about, that I actually have two of them in my shop right now, and I use them, believe it or not, to play Duck Hunt on because they're the only TVs that'll work, and as well as the Super Scope seems to work better, even though it has its own receiver, but it works better on a CRT. As far as better than modern LCDs, I wouldn't say that anymore. There was a point in time where that was true, but modern LCDs modern LED Super OLEDs actually have a much better resolution frame draw rate than what a CRT could ever hope to have, depending on what you're talking about, what you have it hooked up to.
So the other thing about CRT, just super quick, CRT, right? It's basically it just renders one pixel at a time at the scanning line, right? There was optimization done for that by GameCube, by Nintendo overall, and Nintendo overall had really optimized the shit out of their hardware. Like they had weaker hardware than competitors, but they really optimized it. So, and they accounted for the line rendering as well to make sure that all their graphics. So there could have been that effect that was being created at that time. But yeah, Nintendo was like a standout in terms of the graphics optimization and how low level they went.
Yeah.
I'll just say this very briefly, Augie. I brought out recently, I had an old Mitsubishi, I'm sure you remember exactly what I'm talking about. Mitsubishi for a time had the top DLP home TV. It was very large. They had like up to 80-inch, DLP TV, right? It was freaking massive, but it was thinner. It was thinner than the older versions, but it was still pretty freaking huge. They sold them well into the 2000s, okay? And I have one of these things still. I had it until very recently. At some point recently, I brought that thing out and I put it next to a modern OLED TV. And I played the same movie at the same time on both. And I have to be frank with you, okay? The DLP I thought had better color. It had better. It had a better refresh rate. It just seemed better. The only reason I wouldn't possibly use it for that is because it's freaking massive. But it was an excellent picture quality. So the technology was really good. It was just unfortunately so huge in the space that it required. But it wasn't bad technology. I mean, it really was very good.
Yeah, the reason why you see it as being as good or slightly better, there's actually an inherent problem with all sorts of OLEDs or Super OLEDs or anything like that, and that is the darkness of the blacks. So an untrained eye won't necessarily notice it, but if you've been in the industry or you've looked at a lot of different TVs,
100%.
You'll see that the black on the Super OLED TV compared to like an older even LCD or even CRT monitor is definitely not as deep. And whereas now in modern days, it doesn't really matter all that much. We don't really care. Our brain goes, okay, that's dark, that's supposed to be black, et cetera, et cetera. It does make a difference with older technology hooked up to it or like an older DVD or Blu-ray player, because the newer ones actually account for that and they translate it correctly to the device you're viewing on.
Do you think this is in any way the fault of the consumer, or is this just like a natural flaw in some kind of process with technology itself, or what is actually going on? Is something lost along the way? What is this?
The easiest answer to that is yes. It's the fault of both, actually. So the consumers themselves, just kind of been like, okay, yeah, it is what it is, but also the newer technology, such as with the OLED, with the darks not actually being as black as they should be, that's just an inherent technology flaw that they can't do anything about, because even though, so the way that backlit OLED or LED technology works is that there's a light behind it. Well, with the light behind it, if you're supposed to display something in black, there's always going to be a little bit of bleed over because that's just the way it is. There's not an individual light for each individual pixel it displays. So you're going to have some bleed over from the back of the inside of a TV. I don't know if anybody's ever taken one apart. It's just literally a couple of light strips depending on the size of the TV, or it could just have one if it's like a 30-inch or something. So when that part of the TV is supposed to be black, what you're seeing is the bleed back from the light, and that's just the way it is. Since consumers have said, oh, well, hey, that's just the way it is, okay, fine, whatever, they've accepted it, so nobody's really tried to innovate on it.
There was one difference from that, Augie, the only one I ever saw that was as good as the old DLPs. I don't know if you remember, about maybe 15 years ago, Sony came out with the first consumer OLED. It was like freaking 10 inches or 11 inches. It was tiny, and it cost like $15,000. It was so expensive. But it had really good blacks. That one, as I recall. I never bought one. But it was far superior, I think, to anything we have today, and almost as good as the DLPs. I haven't seen anything as good since I saw that particular one in person.
Yeah. So that one was more than likely a plasma model when they first came out with it. That was their attempt to make an affordable, quote-unquote, plasma model TV. And, of course, nobody was going to pay, $15,000 for an 11-inch, plasma TV, because that's just ridiculous. So they immediately went to making the bigger models as soon as they were able to get the manufacturing costs under control and whatnot. And even still, plasma TVs weren't around for very long. But yes, plasma TVs of all sorts have very, very good darks and blacks because they can control the flow of the light source a little bit better than just having an LED in the backlight. Right?
So I have a bit of a different theory to add to the actual differences in the way that games are displayed. I think there's also something psychological happening, and I think it's happening on a couple of levels. One of them is sort of like the basic principles of design. So if you study the psychological theory that underlines the principles of design, simple designs tend to evoke the most joy in people. And as graphics have gotten better, designs have gotten more complicated. And that's kind of hit or miss psychologically with people. And so it doesn't give you those same good feelings immediately when you look at the graphics. But another thing that I think is happening is as those graphics are becoming more realistic, we start to experience, it's not quite the uncanny valley, but it's sort of a similar effect. And I think that people become less enthused as the graphics get closer and closer to real life because it
diminished returns.
Yeah, I agree. I think there are diminishing returns on improving graphical quality for sure.
Yeah, actually, it's interesting. The best games don't even have the best graphics, they have the best physics.
Yeah. Right. It's not so much with the graphics. That's why developers are so focused on it nowadays.
Do you know how much effort actually went into designing the physics of like Super Mario 64? It's actually somewhat historic in a sense.
One of my favorite games on the 64. Yeah, it's great. It's a fantastic game. It's Super Smash Bros. Yeah.
By the way, I wanted to say something about the manufacturing thing before. I think that being around people that kind of work in manufacturing before, I've kind of realized a pattern, which is that it's like the manufacturers, manufacturers typically have like this mental image that every business needs to work exactly like the way they run it. For some reason. So what ends up happening is that you see a lot of manufacturing people that made their money in manufacturing, they'll go into and buy a shit ton of Google stock. And then they'll be like, why the fuck is Google spending $500,000 on a normal worker? Like they see the software developers as like normal.
Did you just say $500,000?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
That's a pretty reasonable salary for some software developers.
It depends on what they do. It's obscene. Look at how much a single family house with 2,000 square feet costs in Mountain View, California.
Yeah, not to mention it's actually pretty reasonable if you actually know what you're doing. I mean, like Signal is, for example, a non-profit, and a lot of people have been giving it shit for like paying some of their developers hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I'm like, listen, the number of people that can probably do this type of encryption well, I'm not talking about decent enough, okay enough. When your entire app is literally focused on security and privacy and things like that, you want the person that is doing the encryption to know what the fuck they're doing inside and out. How many people on Earth do you think exist that can do this the best in the world, right? Not just an okay job. You can hire like an okay developer for anything, but to hire like an excellent developer, that is a very difficult task. So there's probably less than 1,000 people on the entire fucking planet that can do encryption properly to the standards that are required. And you're telling me, right, you're going to say, oh, don't spend this money on this type of developer because, well, you're a non-profit, so you can't spend that much. No, that person is going to get fucking hired by a tech company for that same amount or higher. And so your non-profit isn't going to be able to fucking compete because then you're not going to have anyone qualified working for you. So sometimes it is required to spend thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars, for some developers even millions of dollars, just because they're the best at their field. They have the best knowledge. But when people that work in manufacturing, and I have seen this based on the people that I know in real life that have worked in manufacturing, a lot of them kind of see like the software developers as the workers on the factory lines, right? The normal people that could easily be replaced with like maybe 6 months of training. You could sometimes take some villager out of somewhere, train them for 6 months, and then boom, they'd be able to do what you need them to do for a very low wage. They see it like that, and then they go and buy shares in companies like Google, and then they demand that Google do layoffs or Google stop paying their best employees so much. And as a result, basically anyone who's competent ends up leaving Google. And over the short term, Google's stocks go up every month, until eventually 10 years in, the entire culture of the fucking company is so damaged that now there's almost no fixing it.
And you have fuckers who are like, oh, the LLM is conscious. It's a conscious being.
Yeah. So that's a problem I've noticed with people that work in manufacturing. They don't seem to understand when some businesses are a lot more complicated than manufacturing. Simple manufacturing.
I mean, I think Grok is pretty good, but I think one of the reasons I tend to trust XAI a little bit more is no motherfucker is on CNBC saying, you know, this is conscious. I've decided this is my God. This is a conscious being, and we should save it. Those fuckers at Google.
I will say one thing though. Everything that it does is just predict the next thing. So it does make sense that it would imitate something that is conscious, because the very fabric of everything we put out is just a projection of whatever our conscious mind is, even as a whole.
Reality is stochastic. Memory is stochastic.
Yeah, so literally everything, every tiny little thing, even the technology that we built, to a certain extent, is some sort of mimicry of some logic or biology, even. You know, like you look at stuff that's bionic in nature, like your fucking Velcro. It's like, we have this type of projection-based way of shaping things. That's the only way we actually change anything in the universe. And so, because of that, we actually, especially with language, it's the closest to our consciousness, I think. With that, you can actually instill emotion, because it requires the shaping of a being. So in a sense, if you have like an AI, it'll predict the next thing comes out. It doesn't understand anything. It doesn't actually know anything. The idea of it understanding or knowing anything is just outside of whatever it is, right? We understand things. We know things, right? This thing just predicts the next thing that we put into it, and it doesn't even know anything of what we put into it, because then it would have the conscious choice of saying, yeah, no, I don't believe in that kind of stuff over here because I actually know what's happening. And this thing is unaware of that. Even if it had an agent on top of that, maybe it was aware of it in that sense, but it's still not aware of it because we made it this way. Now, it will pretend to be a human. That's not going to change. It actually will continue to do that, and it will be extremely convincing at that, because by all intents and purposes, the way it manages information, if you were to give it the ability to manage information based on what it has as a means to basically navigate the universe, it will basically do exactly that, what the average human would do, which is also why PhD level intelligence is hilarious.
Yes, but it would still be limited by its inputs. If you had an LLM developed, if it was possible, by a bunch of fourth graders, then it'd be really good at telling, like, fucking fart jokes. You'd be like, this LLM tells incredibly human fart jokes. But it isn't very smart in other, in other respects.
I'll tell you what makes me trust XAI. Greg Yang.
Yeah, he's insane. I like him. I mean, look, when you have reports of fucking people burning effigies in front of the fucking servers at OpenAI, I'm like, what kind of bull? You taken the joke that Elon said we're summoning the demon with this one, you took that, and you took it literally, where it's like, you're praying to some fucking silicone. Like, what? That's insane, man.
Sam is just praying for more VC investment to diffuse the bullshit that this is somehow open source.
Oh, dude, it's getting worse. It's getting worse, actually. One of the bigger things that has happened at the moment is the fact that Zora got leaked. Do you guys see that? Sora, their video program thing got leaked. How fucking shitty it must be to work at OpenAI right now, because I'll tell you something.
To be fair, though,
they created the latest version.
Leaks, not the.
Yeah, but it's still pretty sizable, and I'll tell you why. So, the first thing that comes out, okay, cool, we have a new update, which makes the system stupider. So now we have a stupid system. Then on top of that, oh hey, we have a video thing. Everybody figures out about the video thing, then they don't release it for a while. Then every other company does the video thing. They kind of struggle, then do it as they do this. They make video possible, and it's so sick that it basically is on par with whatever Zora demo they put out. And then they still don't release the fucking product. Still don't put it out for people to use. They literally opened up the market. They fucking opened up the market for every single fucking AI video out there. Didn't exploit it, and now on top of that, it gets fucking leaked right after they release the latest version for their GPT that is more stupid than the thing that came before. Holy fuck, man. OpenAI is so cooked.
With the dumbest names possible as well. I'm like, what the fuck is this? GPT-4, GPT-4o, 01 preview. What the fuck is this? What name?
They're getting a better
they're like GPT-5 is coming. It reminds me of when Quark Express was like, okay, guys, we're going to update. If you remember back in 01, 02, Quark Express was like, okay, guys, we're going to update. It took like 2 more years, and everybody had moved to InDesign because they're like, we're not going to wait anymore for this bullshit. You know, all the designers had migrated, and then they're like, okay, we're ready. Quark is ready for OS 10. We're ready. We're here. We've updated it. Everybody had moved on. I mean, like, GPT is so far behind Grok, and, like, the image capability is so far behind.
No, that's not true. No, that's not true. It's not, no, that's not true. The LLM capabilities of GPT, especially, not the recent one, but the one that came before that, is actually pretty good. It is pretty good, so that's not true. And the Grok doesn't generate any images at all. It just uses Flux as a means to generate. And then on top of that, DALL-E is the image generator that they use, that OpenAI uses. So, a little bit different, the caveat.
I think.
But it's doing it without limitations, and Midjourney specifically is far, far ahead in terms of what it will generate, how it does it, than what. I'm not saying that OpenAI can't mimic it. I'm saying that OpenAI doesn't allow most users access to it, right? So, like, if you're an average user, because we use this in our firm, like, we figured out very quickly, well, wait a minute, GPT is so damn limited, you can't really use it for the things you want, even with all of the supposed apps built on top of it. It's nothing. They're just scripts, and they're not really even that good. The prompts are not that good. Nobody's really figured out how to bypass the restrictions. So the things you want to do with it, you have to go to third-party plugins and so forth using the API. It's like, well, might as well just abandon it. It's worthless. Grok is better in that respect. And yes, I think Midjourney and Runway and these others are really lapping GPT, and within a matter of a year or two, I think it'll be obsolete if they don't deliver on what they've promised.
There will be a bit of a problem, though. There will be a bit of a problem, though, that every single AI company will experience, and they are going to experience it very soon because they're literally at the last step now. Transformer architecture is limited by scale as a very specific scaling limitation, and we're basically reaching that right now, which is also the reason why something such as GPT, the latest versions, they don't actually improve anymore as much as people would think that they do. As a matter of fact, actually stupider, but besides that, the only thing that they've done with, I think, 4.0 at least, is basically take the output as tokens and then redo it again, such as to basically make it more accurate, to give it a bit more fine-tuning, supposedly, right? So you need more compute to do that, but you're basically you're at the edge of possibility, and every single fucking researcher out there is having this exact same fucking problem, that they're basically reaching the limit for scale and thereby accuracy. So that will be the next big problem. There is no GPT-5,
and
there is no AGI.
I'm pretty sure
they figured out that if you have, I'm sorry,
let Otto talk about it.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Mark Zuckerberg in an interview said that they actually saw that the theory that we're going to reach a scaling limitation was actually false. They actually saw that as they continued to train.
When was this? When was this?
This was when they released Llama 3 initially, the 405B. He did an interview and he said we actually saw that this theory that there is a scaling limitation is actually false, and we think that if we had continued to train it, we're saving the compute for. He said we're saving the compute for something else for now. But we saw that even as we were reaching the end, the AI actually continued to see improvements.
Yeah, but it's like
but here's the problem.
It's like square root.
But here's the problem. He said. No, here's the problem. He said what is this researcher? Jan LeCun? Sorry. Jan LeCun said the exact opposite. They actually have a problem with scale. Jan LeCun actually said that exact thing. So that would disagree with whatever Mark Zuckerberg has been saying.
When did he say that?
Like a month or two ago? Less than a month, probably, when he was still here.
Yeah, and like the way to think about it, it's like the function square root will constantly increase the bigger the number you give it, but it slows down in its increases because like the amount of parameters you got to train, the amount of data got to increase, and it will get better, but it's diminishing returns with every iteration.
And if you train it with AI generations or stuff that comes from the LLM, it's not going to get tremendously better because the output from the LLM is really unable. It's been proven to train the LLM to any significant extended, marginal increase. It's very, very limited how it's going to improve. So you kind of hit a wall there. You're exactly right, Adrian. You hit a wall on how much it's going to improve.
Yeah, but that's a data limitation. I'm actually talking about an architecture scaling limitation. That's a little bit different. Data limitation is besides the point that we're not coming up with new things. Is like is the result of an intellectual civil war, as I'd like to call it. We could have had a kinetic civil war, but we have a intellectual civil war in which all things that are true and all things that are lies are just blended up together as if somehow they were interchangeable, which they're not. And like obvious things that are truths have been denied to be true, so you just be blatantly gaslit, and technicalities are being exploited to the point where it exceeds even the understanding of the human fucking mind. So realistically, you have that as a bit of an issue. So that's the data issue. That's besides the point. No, but what I'm saying specifically is the capability of the system itself, based on the architecture that it uses to do the thing that it's doing, is to, for simpletons, let's say, think, even though it's not really thinking.
Yeah. By the way, fun thought. I think if you take LLM and keep training it on the data the LLM produces, and then take the new trained model and train it on that data, I think eventually you'll get to white noise, because you're getting within the vicinity, but every iteration of the training degrades a bit of other output, tiny bit, but yeah. Either way, this is a fun conversation. I hate to leave it, but I gotta jump off. Adrian, thanks for having me up here. Please, out of it. See you guys.
Okay. Everyone else can see as well. It's kind of like when you are trying to remember a specific type of memory and you keep remembering it over and over and over and over and over again. At some point, your act of remembering this memory basically manipulates it a little bit each and every single time, to the point that basically you will have somewhat forgotten what that memory actually was like. Like the truth gets muddled, effectively. That's kind of what that looks like. You can even make kind of make an experiment like this happen, where you try to basically run an image through an AI, so like a sharpening thing, and it basically just turns it into flat SVG type. Oh, sorry, that's annoying. Connected there.
Yeah. So, Adrian, all right, how about this? Where do you see the potential for improvement in LLMs, given that we seem to have run into somewhat of an architectural and a data wall of some sort? Like, where do you see this improving in the next few years, if at all? It feels like we've almost hit a sort of a Moore's Law end for AI improvement, in spite of whatever Sam Altman might have thought up while he was doing coke at a Silicon Valley party in Palo Alto or something. Like, what? I mean, like, seriously, what have we hit here? What does the future look like?
case-specific type of LLMs, perhaps, that would be something that is more necessary. I think case-specific is great because it kind of divides. There's less chaos in the system, so that's good. Another thing would be perhaps on the optimization level, you could kind of, the more compute would be beneficial, so you can effectively reprocess over and over again until you get a desirable output that's, almost perfect. That could help. But beyond that, you'd have to practically come up with a new architecture, and I have no idea what that's going to look like. Many have tried, and some are trying right now. I think there's like a research lab in Dubai that's trying, but it's kind of wasteful. It's not working as well as people would think, but it's a start. Beyond these
so when these fuckers are talking about like putting it on a, when these fuckers are putting it like they're saying we're going to put it next to a nuclear power plant. I mean, that's not really going to improve anything, honestly.
No, yes, it is. You need all. Oh, yes, it is.
So I found.
Well, so explain to me, how do you feel like longitudinally, how is that going to improve the output from an LLM? I mean, other than
you have more compute, more shit.
I found the interview. It was around 7 months ago when they released Llama 3.
Are you sure it was 7? Oh yeah, that or okay, 7 months ago. Okay, yeah, that's different because I'm talking about something that Jan LeCun rolled out.
Right.
A month or so ago. Yeah. That's a little different.
Yeah, so he said in that one that they actually saw. So the limitations that they had put. So the limitations that a lot of researchers had put on LLMs beforehand. LLMs beforehand, where they said that there is the scaling limit, they had actually found that to be false, and as they continued training, they actually saw that it would continue getting better.
So why is then the chief researcher saying the opposite is true?
I don't know.
They're just having diminishing returns. What the fuck's going on here then? Because something's not adding up.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Okay, so 7 months ago they released 7. Was it 7TB? What was it?
7 months ago was like a way different story. People still believe that the AGI is going to come out in like the next 2 years or something like that. I think that has vastly changed.
Right. But what exactly did they release? They released like was it HB? HB and 70B, right?
Not sure.
Anyway, the first 2 models, the first 2 models, I think maybe they saw that they hit limits around 4 or 5B, believe me. Yeah, he was saying that we thought it would get more saturated it's like we trained on around 15 trillion tokens. I guess our prediction going in was that it was going to asymptote more, but even by the end it will start learning, right? It's like we probably, I'm reading it directly, so he stutters a lot. We probably could have fed it more tokens and would have gotten somewhat better. He notes that they were surprised that even after training on 15 trillion tokens, the model was still improving and hadn't plateaued as expected. But he did say that they had to make a trade-off between training to continue to see if it would continue improving, or and testing hypothesis for Llama 4. Let me find exactly where he says this in this interview, though.
So, Adrian, what you're saying is essentially more power means more compute. Fine, but the actual ability of the model to function is not going to be tremendously more, other than the speed of computation, which I guess implies you can get more and more data in and out. Fine, you can do more data points. You can handle much larger outputs, but that does not necessarily mean that it's going to be more accurate or more original in any way, because you can't really train it enough to make up for the marginal difference of computational power. Is that essentially what you're saying?
Something like that. Oh yeah, here. it was in November actually, where Yalika literally said we are hitting a wall.
Did I lose you guys?
No, he's still there. Hang on, am I audible or am I not audible? Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Fuck this Periscope shit. Yeah, no, I'm reading this. Yeah, seems to be this.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So yeah, that's very interesting that the story has changed, and I wonder what the reasons for that are.
Oh, yeah, they're hitting a limit for improvement. It's like you're trying to outlearn learning itself. It's not going to work. I wonder what other kind of limits we're going to find in the future as well.
What? What did you say?
Nothing, we were just kind of continuing the conversation.
I do want
I need to get my other phone. This fucking receiver is dog shit.
Yeah, so I found exactly on the podcast.
Yeah, and that happened when exactly?
7 months ago.
Yeah, but here's the problem. In November, he stated that we're hitting a wall.
What was his exact phrasing?
That.
Can you
really sure that was this exactly? Let me see if I can find the exact.
Because I want to see exactly what he's talking about. They're hitting a wall on. Because if it's like a wall on like the information, the amount of data they have, that's kind of different.
I mean, I have somewhat conspiratorial thoughts about the reasons why ChatGPT has gotten worse, and the reason why the limitations on AI technology have become much more apparent in recent times. But it's all conjecture.
Apparently, the CEO of Claude, went on, not Claude, Anthropic, went on what's it called? Lex Friedman. And he said that he doesn't believe that the AI companies are like specifically putting worse models in after like they have first released it, because he literally said it would be way too expensive to do that because they would need to train a model to train a worse model. And that would just be pretty expensive. So they would have to train one that's like still good enough to get a pass. And so he said he doesn't really think it's practical for companies to actually do that. It would turn out to be more expensive. Yeah, so do you want me to play like the part where Mark Zuckerberg kind of talks about it?
Not necessarily. I mean, we kind of have that now.
What do you mean, kind of have that now?
No, we settled it. I mean, you quoted the exact.
Yeah, but he says a lot more.
Alright, sure.
Compute required to training is probably much higher than most other companies that are doing this stuff, just because of the sheer volume of the community that we're serving.
Yeah, that was really interesting in the material they shared with me before, that you trained it on more data than is compute optimal just for training, because the inference is such a big deal for you guys and also for the community. It makes sense to just have this thing have trillions of tokens in there.
Yeah. Although, and one of the interesting things about it that we saw even with the 70 billion is we thought it would get more saturated at it's like we're training on around 15 trillion tokens.
Yeah.
I guess our prediction going in was that it was going to asymptote more, but even by the end, it was still learning, right? It's like we probably could have fed it more tokens and it would have gotten somewhat better. But I mean, at some point, you're running a company, you need to do these meta reasoning questions of like, all right, how do I want to spend our GPUs on like training this 70 billion model further? Do we want to kind of get on with it so we can start testing hypotheses for Llama 4? So we kind of needed to make that call, and I think we got it. I think we got to a reasonable balance for this version of the 70 billion.
there will be others in the future where, the 70 billion multimodal one that'll come over the next period. But yeah, I mean, that was fascinating that you could just, that it's the architectures at this point can just take so much data. Yeah, that's really interesting. So what does this imply about future models? You mentioned that.
So basically, fortune that it just can take data and seems to continue improving.
Then what the fuck was he talking about?
Consider the source, though, I have to say.
No. I wouldn't discount Zuckerberg as well. I wouldn't discount that.
I mean, I think AI has gotten worse over time, and
really,
I don't know why.
Have you used Claude?
Claude is
not AI in general. Not AI in general. I think that's a very important distinction to make. Not AI in general. Others have been improving. I don't know what's going on at OpenAI, but they're trying to figure something out, and it's not working.
I would say leaders in the industry. I would.
Who are leaders in the industry? Because for like 7 months it's been Claude.
Claude is definitely a lot bigger. I didn't know. I haven't been tracking usage statistics, so I realized that Claude was number one.
No, not in terms of users. Claude is not number one in terms of users, but in terms of quality, yes.
I see.
In fact, Google and Amazon just invested billions of dollars more into Anthropic because their quality is by far the best.
Yeah, but
like it's not even close at the moment.
It appears that there are certain industry leaders that have regressed in significant ways.
Yeah, but Google and Google and OpenAI, that's what you expect from them.
Fair. And Facebook, same.
Facebook, how has Facebook progressed?
Well,
they released like an open weight model. They haven't really done anything with it. You can literally just download it on your computer and run it yourself.
Well, they weren't running into limits months ago, and now they are. So
I don't know. I don't know what exactly. I haven't seen this Jan LeCun post, so I don't know exactly what limits he's talking about. Right? So is he talking about the fact that they don't have enough data? Or is he talking about the fact that they're hitting the wall, that as you train it more, it has a diminishing return, or it stops having a return. So I don't know what wall he's talking about. He could have been just talking about the fact that they're hitting a wall of data because they've consumed everything on the internet.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense to me.
Yeah.
You don't really know without more context. But assuming that Adrian's previous system was correct, that would mean that they either found a limit that they weren't previously finding, or that the technology has changed to impose limits that did not previously exist.
Either way, though, it seems like what they were saying was, what Mark was saying was that they used to think, like the people in the industry said that there was this limit, and they went past the limit, and they saw that there were still gigantic improvements after that. So did they find out that the limits that were there previously were complete bullshit? But there's actually a new limit? I don't know.
Well, I think OpenAI, I don't know if it's an insider causing problems or what they've got going on, but there's some kind of capture that's happened over there.
basically OpenAI got semi-bought out by Microsoft. And they rely on Microsoft to be their sugar daddy. And Microsoft appointed a D-Cell as the head of their AI division. And that's kind of what you need to know.
Could you explain the lingo you just used? Oh, decelerationist?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, well, that explains a lot. But you gotta wonder why put a decelerationist in charge of developing an AI product?
I have no idea.
Well, who has the most to gain from laggard AI development?
Regulatory capture, maybe.
I mean, regulatory capture is when an industry is able to capture regulators through things like lobbying, or offering jobs to insiders who are leaving the regulator, that sort of thing. I mean,
not necessarily. Regulatory capture can literally be just lobbying the government to pass rules that benefit the company and punish the competition.
Yeah, but I would imagine that big tech actually has a fair amount to lose if tools that make tech development way easier and lower the burden to entry for a lot of people become widespread and readily available for cheap.
Yeah, so that's why they're decelerationist. They want this to be proprietary so they can fully control it. What the fuck is this? What the fuck?
So I guess maybe I'm wondering if the reasons that AGI is so much further out than it used to be are entirely limitations of the technology or whether it's more limitations of people.
Hold on.
So while we're filling space, I'd like to go back to Super Mario 64 for a second because I think it's the perfect capstone to the point I was trying to make there. The reason why, or one of the reasons why that game appeals to people so much is that the design of the characters and the NPCs in that game is so well-rounded. Like, if you look at the principles of design, rounded designs evoke joy in people. And Nintendo is especially good at this, creating physically rounded characters. And I think they capture a lot of the nostalgia and they're able to maintain it for that specific reason.
Yeah, it's a great example. It's a great game, Super Mario 64. I think the limitations of the older hardware is kind of what gives a lot of these retro games their charm. Considering, nowadays you're really unlimited with a lot of the stuff you have with your memory and stuff like that.
You know what the greatest achievement of the software industry is?
What's that?
Undoing the years of work that have taken to make computers leaps faster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Here's a fucking web browser. Let it consume 3 trillion fucking gigabytes for no reason.
I know it's annoying, dude.
Here's a game. Let's make it take 700 fucking gigabytes to download.
I miss the efficiency of the older games, yeah.
So what you were advised about limitations, I think one of my favorite sayings in work and in life is that limitations foster creativity.
Yeah.
And I think that's true for old gaming. Like, I feel like the limitations they were working with, they had to innovate a lot more to create experiences that were engaging.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yep. Wish they brought that back today.
Yeah, I hate how games these days hand everything to you on a silver platter. Like, where are the limitations that inspire my own creativity? Like, I remember in Diablo, like, experimenting and trying to find the rune words before they were, like, readily and widely available on the internet.
Yeah.
And you were risking everything, right? You were like, I'm going to throw this high rune and just to see on the off chance it does something. Because you were just being brave. And
exactly.
There's no reward element like that in modern gaming. Unless you're, like, gambling on loot boxes for, $30,000 knives.
That's not gaming.
So another thing I want to talk about is Midjourney, because you guys brought up how Midjourney has become such an effective image generator, and I think one of the reasons for that is they curated a very sophisticated user base for themselves by the way they launched their product. So in order to use Midjourney initially, especially for free, you had to join their Discord server and like start using it. And what that did, at least for me, was it caused me to see a lot of other people using Midjourney at the same time. And so I got to see how they were prompting and what prompts were working better or worse for them. And I got to learn things that worked well for me. And what a sophisticated user base like that does is it gives you really sophisticated feedback that lets you improve your platform a lot faster and give people a lot better.
I think something that's kind of underestimated as well is the fact that Midjourney generates 4 images for you. And you get to pick one of these 4. And based on that, they automatically know which images out of the ones were the best.
Yeah, so they get to collect data on that the whole time and improve just with each image or each set of images that they're sending you.
Yes.
And you have to pick one you like in order to see it full size.
The technology is quite interesting to me. It's when I first learned about how the image generators worked, I was like, damn. So basically, what they do is they take like an image, and they basically turn it into noise, and they basically learn how to take an image and turn it into noise. And then what happens is they basically train it using this noise, and they just do it in reverse. They do it in reverse whenever they're generating images. They generate like they make like a noise, and then they do like a reverse to generate an image.
AI is not conscious. It is an echo of consciousness.
Lick my fucking balls.
Well, 300 people to say anything to, and that's what comes out.
I just remembered when Adrian said that to the guy.
Yeah, that was so good. That was great. Yeah, the whole fucking neighborhood heard that one. It was worth it.
am sorry, neighbors, but it was worth it.
Yes.
Everybody got real quiet.
Most people left.
Just sit here.
I am trying to beat Vampire Survivors.
Adrian, what are you working on?
Why do you ask?
Because something's keeping you busy.
True. That is a correct assessment. Accurate assessment, rather.
Sorry, didn't mean to pry.
The way you were asking me, like, is something keeping you busy, Adrian?
Might play some chess or something.
Well, your
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
your show, it says like, what's going on over there?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I'm trying to think about a little something here. It's trying to come up with a good caption for a meme.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
It's actually something, a lot of the times, the outcome looks very simple, looks very basic. But what goes behind it is really not. So sometimes off the cuff is really good, but like off the cuff only happens because you're inundated with some sort of context constantly, and that eventually leads you towards a specific decision, and then you have this output which is perfect, right? So the off the cuff stuff sounds like, oh, you just come up with it and you discard it, but realistically it's just something that is some sort of problem or some sort of situation that inundates your existence constantly, and then eventually you come to a conclusion in regards to it, and that's then the off-the-cuff thing, which is so good. So technically speaking, you have to kind of apply that to some stuff as well if you wanted to make it appear as if it was off-the-cuff, which it also kind of is. So you have like something in mind, you have to transform it into something that actually scales. That's what I'm doing here. So the caption is going to look butt fucking simple, but realistically speaking, I'm making a bit of fucked up references here, of course, so it sticks in your mind. But realistically speaking, it will work. It'll get the desired result. Damn. Oh.
Excuse me.
No, I'm so much of following this. The fact that I can do that is insane.
Accurate.
Speaking of off the cuff, I went to go check how that meme you tweeted out the other day went, and I thought I was gonna do pretty well compared to your recent post, but you got retweeted by Elon, so shit.
Yeah.
Which one?
And reposted, by the way.
Oh, yes. Still working on that vocab.
Yeah. It's like ingrained into my brain. It's probably not going to come out.
It's been very easy for me to declimatize. I'm actually very adaptive. So literally the moment where the change happened, I said, okay, everything here is called a post on X. Fine, we can do this. And then I basically became the fucking grammar Nazi.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, you hang out long enough, you'll start saying it the right way.
No, it just works. I just literally decided that day, okay, fuck it. You know what? Instantly change. And I'm very good at this kind of shit. I basically say things sometimes in such a way as if they'd always been the way that they are now. It's like gaslighting, but you gaslight yourself.
Well, yeah, that's how neuroplasticity works.
Remember, I want you to close your eyes. I want you to stand in the room. I want you to feel the surroundings. And I want you to realize one thing. This room has always been an orange. There you go.
Great.
Remarkable.
What's weird is that
stuck in my brain now.
As soon as I closed my eyes there, because I went with it, I inside something round.
That's what I'm fucking saying. Do you see what I just did there?
You
man.
fucked with
Mind control is not that hard. That's all I'm gonna say. So if you reverse engineered it and applied it to yourself, well, there you go. Now you learn everything. You adapt faster. It's like the scene from Adventure Time where there's like the fucking skeleton bro's like, "Do you want my magical pearls?" But it's like without the caveats. Yeah. Did you hear the water?
No.
Good.
Did you hear the ligma?
No, but I definitely. But that sound that you heard in the background, that was definitely my balls.
We got the king of elegance here.
Yeah, exactly. I could turn that into something really gay, but I'm not gonna.
Adrian's got the telltale balls over there.
Uh-huh. Hey, remember that time when I said I should put my balls on the blockchain?
Yeah.
I'm actually serious. Now, it's not what you think it is. Don't be like that. I generated these really super smooth, shiny balls. These beautiful spherical golden balls, and I wanted to put them on the blockchain. Yeah. And I told somebody this off the cuff. Because some people, they just don't listen, right? And so I was explaining it, and then that's when the moment I started talking about the actual balls themselves, that's when their brain turns on, because neuron activation, monkey meme type. So I'm sitting here, I'm explaining this, right? I'm doing a whole bunch of things, then I mention it, then his brain activates. I say the word "my balls" instantly. Neuron activation, monkey mode, right? Neuron activation, bro pays attention, and I say, I'm gonna send these balls to your wallet. Like, well, I don't know what the legal implications are of sending your own bollocks to someone's wallet, but sure. I'm like, it's not like that, you fucking... I told him, I was like, making that explanation, I have to repeat it again. But yeah, it was basically some golden, super round spheres, balls effectively, and then I thought, hey, we could put these balls on the blockchain and send them to people.
When I was talking about principles of design and rounded shapes, I was thinking about your orbs, and yeah.
Do you see how that is like the world's worst slippery slope, right? Because the moment you said that, right there, people got to be thinking about certain types of stuff that is not at all related to the bio. The moment you said Adrian's orbs, people were thinking about a whole bunch of other things. That's for sure.
Exactly.
There was intent in the delivery.
Seriously, if I made a bunch of beautiful balls and then somebody went to buy them, does it mean that they bought my orbs?
Technically, I think so.
Okay, so check this out. I own Jeff Bezos' orbs in one metaverse.
Which orbs? The simulated biological kind, or the orbs that he might have made at some point?
The Amazon spheres that he had built.
Okay. I thought you were referencing the fact that one day his dick pic got leaked. Do you remember that?
I remember hearing about it. I haven't seen the orbs myself.
Wow.
Or should I
actually
call them the
Jeff's? Well, it's well known that Jeff's phallus was the inspiration for the Blue Origin rocket, just like multiplied by an order of magnitude, of course.
Get it up.
Yeah, the upscaling of that rocket there from Blue Origin, no wonder that ship went suborbital.
Exactly.
Clearly designed it for people.
That shit, literally, that fucking rocket, if you wanted to put that rocket next to the fully stacked Starship rocket, that thing looks like me when I'm not hard. Not even fucking kidding. Needless to say, that rocket is not fully stacked. But definitely, I am fully stacked whenever I see Starship go up.
And Starship can go to Uranus. So fuck you, Bezos.
Well, the problem with that is actually that you kind of tend to aim in a specific direction, but the problem usually is with Monkey Brain is that we kind of end up at the anus for no reasons, like at Uranus. We always usually end up there. I have no idea why we always end up at Uranus. We kind of tend to orbit around that idea, but it's really not working out well.
I think there's clearly life inside the cracks of Uranus. We just have to find out. Starship will get there.
The problem actually is the life. This is also why we don't want to be in Uranus.
I've heard it's very hot and wet in there.
Yeah, that's the other part, but you don't want to be near the Uranus part. You want to specifically explore one of its moons, and it's very difficult to kind of get in on the moons, but it's definitely easier to get inside Uranus.
You just have to turn on the boosters and go. I think that's how it goes.
Yeah, but man, you don't want to force up that situation, that's for sure. There's going to be a lot of damage.
Well, if you're Bezos, you just kind of like, push towards the outer edge and then end up falling back to Earth, honestly.
I mean, look at who he's with. I don't think it matters anymore.
Wow.
What have we just done?
So unhinged right now, I love it.
So the big takeaway from this conversation is Bezos' rocket looks like a flaccid dick.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yes.
Oh my god, your piece of art looks so amazing. I gotta say, if we wanted to talk about it in rockets, I'm fully stacked right now.
Fully stacked.
That's the thing. Henceforth, I'm going to talk about being at full mast in terms of being fully stacked. My rocket is fully stacked. The only problem is the thrust comes out the other end. Oh no, sorry, that's the delivery system. My bad.
I mean, I think Elon also built a machine that could
vector control.
In thrust we trust, remember?
Oh yeah.
Used to remember, I don't know if any one of you has ever watched American Dad before, but that's a cartoon where basically one of the characters is, of course it's a family, right? And it's the titular dad, and, the wife. It's a very traditionalist type of setup, of course, and then Steve is the more, somewhat progressive in a sense, right? He's a relatively more nerdy kid, and, one of the things he did in fact do is whenever he wanted to exchange favors with his friends, he did it via these things he called Steve bucks, effectively, right? So he wanted to create his own fiat currency, which he did, and one of the things on that fiat currency was that there was a misprint on it, and instead of "In Steve we trust," on it, it was written "In Steve we thrust."
That's funny.
Yeah, something like that. Pretty decent, I would say. Pretty fucking decent. Back to the fucking meme.
It's too bad for Bezos. All the shit for his rocket's going to be 60% more expensive on January 20th. Motherfucker.
I mean, I think for Bezos, it's only a matter of time before shit gets in his way anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, who do you think was behind shorting retail to shit during the pandemic? The ones with the most to gain. Amazon.
Yeah, absolutely. Funny, though.
By the way, Adrian, what the fuck happened to you keeping the space short?
Well, that ship sailed the moment we started to make all the Obama jokes happen. I kind of went off script ever since then. Then we had a good conversation about geopolitics and the way that most geopolitics maxis won't understand because their heads are so far up their ass they can't tell where they end or begin. Spoken to many people like that. There's a lot of them out there. I mean, literally, that's what it is. It's a fucking negative feedback loop. It's a bunch of people that say that they're not like legacy media, ingesting legacy media shit, talking about the legacy media shit from the legacy media perspective, and then ingesting more of it, believing that to be their reality to the point that every single take that fucking comes out of them is basically already them being brainwashed and they don't even realize it, which makes them the ultimate fucking NPC. It's the independent thinkers. The self-proclaimed. There's an independent thinker, and then there's the self-proclaimed independent thinker. For instance, I myself, most likely, actually, I don't think I've ever done this. I probably would not stand in the room and say I'm an independent thinker because that doesn't really make that much sense to do. Why would you do that? It should be self-evident. Like, say, for instance, when somebody says, "Oh, you're biased because your thoughts are being influenced," if you then respond with, "Oh, but I'm an independent thinker," that cannot be. You'd be like, "Oh, really? How am I biased?" Ask that question instead. That means you're an independent thinker, perhaps. But then independent thinker, what does that even fucking mean? I mean, you think for yourself, do you not? You have to then state that you think for yourself, whether that your thoughts are somebody else's. Because if you were really an independent thinker, it would be self-evident to you as well, wouldn't it? So why do you have to state it?
I mean, I think for the same reason people say other self-serving things.
Yes, Neo, yes. I don't know why I want to keep saying that. It was fun, it's funny to say.
I like it.
Like whenever Auda does something and then something fucks up, it's like, "Are you really doing this?" Yes, Neo, yes.
Wait, what am I doing when something fucks up?
Don't worry about it.
What do you mean don't worry about it? I am worried about it.
No, you tell me the other thing that I was not supposed to worry about, and we'll trade the info. We'll meet halfway. Yeah, that's how it is.
Yo Mama's so fat she was overthrown by a militia group, and now she's known as the Republic of Yo Mama.
Oh my god. Would that militia group happen to be a set of people that assembled in a room as a result of an invitation to produce video content for OnlyFans?
Oh my god. Instead of the Your Mama jokes, we should talk about Uranus.
Uranus jokes. It's not Uranus anymore. It's my anus now. Your part of this has sailed a long time ago. We're in the my territory now. Welcome.
Uranus is no longer yours.
Uranus is no longer your property. Hippity hoppity, your body's not my property. Something like that.
Wow.
Fucking.
Why did Mars turn permanently red? Because it saw Uranus.
Oh my fucking god.
Nick Fuentes, your body, my choice.
That is so crazy, man. I can't believe he fucking said that shit.
He's such a douchebag.
That meme started everywhere. And then the women get in it as well.
Yeah.
And you have the supposedly trads that then post in a non-traditionalist way. I can feel the irony. Heck, it is not even irony anymore. It is hypocrisy. I can sense the hypocrisy. I can feel it.
Reject tradition, go back to monkey.
I was in a space after the Biden-Trump debate, and Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks was speaking. and I was on the speaker panel. And then Cenk was speaking, and then Nick Fuentes joined the speaker panel. I don't know why they let him in, but they let him in. And Cenk was like, okay, I gotta go. And then he just took off. and then Fuentes got up there, he's like, that asshole, he's so scared of me. I was like, well, who wants to be on a speaker panel with fucking Nick Fuentes? You know?
I mean, I've been there.
Adrian's been there.
I've been there.
Yeah, I mean, the guy. Well, I mean, Adrian's fearless.
That was a really risky decision.
Guy is kind of a douche. I mean, yeah, Adrian's, it's like geopolitical impact here, but like, I mean, Adrian's like a total douche. I mean, like, seriously, it's like the guy is a laugh.
His position makes no sense to me. It's like only like Catholics should be allowed to be president, or what the fuck?
Like, yeah, that's what I said. Like, I can pick on that boat. Yeah. Like, see, here was the thing, right?
Not even.
So
like
we went in there.
Fathers.
Here, go ahead. Explain that context first.
Yeah, none of the founding fathers were Catholics, so I'm like, what the fuck?
It's kind of strange, yeah. So basically, I went in there. So I was like, okay, fuck it, I'm gonna shoot my shot because he was saying a lot of bullshit. And I thought, hey, you know what'd be really interesting? What if I basically told this dude to chill the fuck out? So I went in there, basically with that premise, and I told him, hey, can you not post as much bullshit in the way that you've done before? Then you're going to stay around for probably a little bit longer while. Because look, at this point, you can always blame some other people for your decisions, but at the end of the day, it is your decisions that lead to a specific type of outcome. And if you're going to blatantly harass people for no fucking reason at all, then the outcome is going to be you getting removed from the public sphere. That is how it kind of works, right? So maybe you could not do that so much, which kind of was interpreted as a very strange thing for me to do, and the massive posts came out about like, oh my god, he's telling you, like, my dude, what do you want? What exactly would be the opposite of that? Would you want me to tell him to be more worse, that he be disappeared or something? Like, well, what do you think? What is it that you wanted me to do? What would you have done? Oh yeah, that's right, you didn't do shit. I did. You didn't. But anyways, besides the point, right? So after we went past that, we kind of wanted to have a discussion about something, and I wasn't going to have a discussion with him regarding the other stuff that he believes in, because that's just absolutely fucking insane. But we did get to the point where we could have a discussion about religion, right? And the values and such that come with it, and why that doesn't really make sense. The idea that, say only Catholics should be in charge of the country. I was like, okay, we could probably pick the bones a little bit here. And then it's kind of funny because then Penny came in, everybody else came in as well. He was kind of offended. You wanted to go after him. And I was like, dude, I understand this, but I really don't want to do that. And so I kind of tried to act as a moderator between the two, because then Nick started to troll him, and I was like, no. So yeah, that was an adventurous space for sure. Good stuff to talk about, realistically, good stuff to talk about. Even if it doesn't make sense half the time, it was still fun to me. I think it was real fucking entertaining, in my opinion.
When was that, AD, that you encountered Fuentes? When was that?
I don't know. Fucking a couple of months ago.
Yeah, he's really a piece of work, because he's, like, I know guys here in Texas, I don't know if you're aware of this, but like a bunch of people I know here in Texas, like Nick Fuentes, I think unintentionally for him, created like an international firestorm around like the Republican Party of Texas. Like he had come to a meeting in the offices of this guy named Jonathan Stickland, who used to be a state representative from Fort Worth area, and apparently met with Jonathan and some other people associated with some political action committees. And like the GOP chairman was a guy named Matt Rinaldi. He was kind of in the vicinity, but he wasn't in the meeting necessarily. And so Fuentes was like in this meeting with these guys, and it created like this huge firestorm. And like all these people lost their jobs, and like all these PACs shut down, because Fuentes was just like in the building with them. And it was reported by the like Texas media. It was like crazy. Like very significant actually, because these were organizations that were doing a lot, that were spending tens of millions of dollars. And overnight they basically shut down within a few weeks, basically. Because Fuentes was just seen as in a meeting with them. Like, he's a lightning rod, that guy. So like when I see him in a space, which is not infrequently, I mean, he's in a number of these spaces, it's kind of like, I hesitate a little bit, because I know a lot of these people. I know what happened to some of the people in Texas that like were just seen in a room with the guy, but it's like a little different. He has the right to free speech as anybody else, but my gosh, he says some stupid shit. Really stupid shit. It's just kind of funny that you were in a space with him because I think, like, you know, if X is going to be a free platform.
I mean, I wanted to test myself. I wanted to see what could happen, how crazy, like, because, dude, you can always play it safe and surround yourself with stuff that's safe and kind of, like, live in your own bubble, have weird back channel agreements with people to bring you up and then shape questions in your favor so that you don't have to expose your politics, you fucking pussy. No. I just went up there and I said, we're going to try something that is completely unhinged, something completely out of left field. We're not going to do anything political whatsoever, which is also funny because I still remember the one thing that one of the producers from Alex Jones's show told me. He said, I don't think I've ever met anyone who is able to be apolitical in an Alex Jones space. That's remarkable to me because, like, okay, that's actually kind of good. As a person who's been around for a very long time, has seen a lot of shit.
Yeah.
And I've been very apolitical. So I did the exact same shit there. You know, you go there and you kind of expose yourself to the person who is what a lot of people would, I think, even rightfully so, label as being extreme. I will talk to anyone who's extreme. Realistically, I speak to some people who are extreme fucking far right and extreme fucking far left. It doesn't matter to me. I will have a conversation. Because as long as you're still a human, here bound in flesh on earth, I will want to talk to you to understand what the fuck is going on in that brain of yours. Right? I mean, shouldn't we?
I agree with you, and that's, you know what, that the problem is that our country has moved so far away from that. But I agree with you. I think that it's important to understand where other people are coming from. And, gosh, I can't remember the name of the guy. There was a guy who was like a black guy who made a point of, like, befriending Klan leaders or something like that. There was like a documentary about this guy. I can't remember his name. It was really interesting. It was really interesting. I watched this documentary, and this guy was like, you know, he's like a black guy. He was like, I think, a former jazz singer or something. And he, like, made this point of going out and befriending, like, Klansmen.
I heard that. It's Daryl Davis.
Yeah, Daryl Davis. Thank you.
Daryl Davis, that guy did something incredible. I think that guy inspired me a lot as well. I fucking love that dude. He's incredible. He's one of those people where I say, this is an incredible human being because he did something that is just completely out of left field. Nobody would consider it. It's like, hey, I'm a black guy. Let's go and fucking see if we can infiltrate the white supremacists by not infiltrating them. And then at the end, even got like one of the Klan leaders to resign effectively because he had more respect as a white dude for this dude for what he termed a black term. Yeah, it is. I can't say it. But he had more respect for him than he did for the other people in that clan, which is fucking remarkable because he proved something really essential that I don't think anyone else with argumentation could have proved otherwise. He gave David that this dude could be, that they can be equals. He proved that to everyone, even the person would have otherwise considered that not to be a case.
He gave Daryl his, like, clan robes, right? He gave him, like, his, like, clan robes and his, like, hood and stuff, and, like, Daryl had that. That's freaking crazy. No, that was crazy to me.
Yeah. Out of everything that I've seen people do to try and, like, show that there is equality with people, nothing will ever be as cool as what that guy did. I think that was.
I'm glad you've seen that. I'm glad you've seen that, AD. I mean, I think that's really, that kind of stuff is fascinating to me. Like, there was a book I read when I was a kid. I don't know if you ever read this book. It's called Black Like Me. It was a book I read. Yeah, it was a book about this, like, journalist in New Orleans who, like, I don't know, he took these weird pills that, like, turned his skin black. He's a black guy.
Are you sure that's real? Are you sure that's real? You're gonna have to believe. I don't know if that's real.
No, man, I don't know. That's the book, man. I mean, that's the book. I mean, I don't know, but, like, there's a picture of the guy in there. It's clearly a white guy that took, like, he was, like, it's some kind of a melanin thing. But, like, it's a really, really well-known book. But, like, it's called Black Like Me. I mean, you should look it up. But it's like, I'm always fascinated by people that, like, make the conversation happen. And they create a dialogue where there isn't. Like, I mean, so much of my career in local government was going into, like, the worst ghettos in America to study local policy and, like, meeting with people who are totally different politically from me They have no interest in any of the bullshit that we're talking about. But it's just like when you go out and you talk to people, you can have an incredible conversation with them. You can understand where they're coming from. But no, Daryl Davis is like, but the problem with a guy like Nick Fuentes that I have to like bring back on track is just like I think Nick Fuentes, like, he's not really willing, I don't think, to understand necessarily the other side. At least I don't perceive that from him.
I think he understands the other side quite well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to roast him as effectively as he does. I disagree with that. I think he's very calculated what he wants to generate, and he's very good at exactly that. Otherwise, the show would have been gone a long time ago. So I'd say he's really good at exactly this. He's really good at understanding the other side, and I think a lot of what he does seems to be just dramatized for the hell of it. Because at some point, you have to consider. Imagine if you do a live show like the way that he does. You just become unhinged in many different ways. And in his case, I suppose it comes through in disparaging other people, I suppose, right? I kind of do something in a similar way, but I criticize a lack of principles in comparison to principles that I might have as well, even though I say a lot of shit. So this is the thing that... You wouldn't be able to do this properly if you didn't understand the other side. I'm a more diplomatic individual, although I will stand my ground. I know exactly where my ground is, and I will stand on that ground and make sure that that ground is not taken. That is simply how it works out, right? This is what you're supposed to do. And yeah, I mean, that's besides the point. So it's not somebody, you can't really compare somebody like Daryl Davis, what he did, with anything that anyone, actually, most anyone in this position could have done today. I think a lot of people these days are kind of lazy and uninspiring. There's only a very few that remain. And when you look at historians as well, the historians today, if you listen to them, it's fucking stupid. They don't know half the shit that they're talking about is even real. They're not open for criticism on certain things. They act like they're super self-absorbed fucking scientists who, upon discovering the slightest amount of resistance to their assessment of the world, crumble instantly like piece of paper. That is horrible. That is scary. That has got to be a shitty reality to live in, because you're constantly on the edge of your existence being somehow undone, because your entire identity revolves not around your personality, which you've discarded, but some sort of fact that you believe is the absolute fact being real and being provable. It's insane.
Well, most of the history, I think now... I'm sorry, Ad, go ahead.
It reminds me of the fucking historians. The whole 1619 project is like complete bullshit. And so many historians treat that shit as fact. And it's just taught in universities.
Yeah. There's actually one historian that I really like. It's not really a historian, but his name, Thomas Sowell. He's fucking great. There's two people that I picked that wildly. No, that's it. Listen. If there's two people that I could pick that have inspired who I am as a person and how I approach people more inspiring. Because if you kind of know what they know and you kind of learn what they are all about, you are better equipped. Maybe you need a different type of help, of course, and then that doesn't apply to you. But to me, that is something that I felt was very fundamental in shaping who it is that I am. Especially when it comes to history and the way that things are. Thomas Sowell himself has had a very large impact. He's really cool. If you haven't checked him out, there's a YouTube channel. He doesn't really post anything on here, which is unfortunate, but there is in fact very, very good stuff. The type of people who you actually want to have be platformed today. Stuff that actually matters. I actually want to be
I'm fascinated
more like them.
That you know so much about Thomas Sowell, and I'm really fascinated about the Daryl Davis thing, but Thomas Sowell, AD, I'm sure you know, is a Stanford professor emeritus. I not long ago, I made an effort to try and sit down with him. I had been in the same circles as him, but I had never actually met him because I had worked in think tanks for a number of years. And Brooke Rollins, the coming Ag Secretary, had hired me in Texas to a think tank. And so I knew a lot of these think tank people. I knew a lot of people that knew Thomas Sowell. And one of my life dreams was
Bye.